Hi, how are you guys? Have you guys been here before? Okay, let's start out with just a very quick introduction to how glassblowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, those are called blowpipes, and we dip them into the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in a form called color bar. Can we put up the color bar photo? We buy it from two companies in Germany. They have 200 different colors. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the color bar, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be, red, blue, green. So we have a little video, short video. We'll show you how we apply the color. We play color overlay.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we apply the color in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. So today, we're testing out designs for our annual limited edition decanter. Each year, we design a decanter, we make a limited edition of it, of 35, and then we sell them at our annual fundraising dinner. So each year it's a different design, and once we make our 35 of them, we'll never make that design again. We have some examples of decanters that we designed in the past. We put up the previous designs up on the big screen. So each year it's something completely different. So the folks that are working the glass today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're our resident team of glassblowers. You have Gabe Feenan in the hat, Nick Davis in the orange shirt, and Sarah Gilbert in the black shirt and shorts sitting at the center bench. So Sarah's going to be leading our team today. Each time we heat up the glass object, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory hole are the round furnaces with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So now we're going to add a little solid base. We'll drop on a big blob of clear glass. All glass, no matter what color it is going to look orange when it's hot. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Sarah's going to shape that up. Do you guys have any questions so far? Yeah. Oh yeah, we always work in teams. We learned from the Venetian tradition, which emphasizes teamwork. Started in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. And so we continue to work in that tradition. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the decanter from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the decanter from the bottom while we shape the top. So now Gabe is coming over, Gabe with the hat. He brings the punty to Sarah. Sarah attaches it to the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When she feels that connection is firm, we'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can be heated and shaped. Over on the workbench on the far right, we have our hands-on workshop where our visitors get to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment, and we've hired some young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, and they walk our visitors through making a simple object. In this case, it's a flower. Sarah's going to open the top up a little bit with the jacks, those metal tongs. And she's going to stretch the glass out. She flared it, made a little flange there, and used that flange to stretch out the glass at the top to thin it out. Once we get it thin to her satisfaction, we'll break off that little flare. Give it a little whack. And so we've cut off the thick glass at the top. Now we can form it. We're making a decanter for our limited edition decanter for 2026. We're trying out designs. Sarah's opening up the top. She puts those jacks, those metal tongs, into the opening and presses on the inside, and that makes the opening wider. As Sarah shapes the glass, her assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of her hand to shield her from the heat. Connection between the metal rod and the decanter itself is fragile. It has to stay warm or it can crack. So periodically you'll see her take the big torch and warm up that connection. Yes. We're going to add a little handle. Grab it with tweezers, fold it under, and stick it on. We're going to put another handle on the opposite side. Nick in the orange shirt has come over with the glass. Sarah stretches it out and cuts it off. And then she grabs it with the tweezers, folds it under, and we have a matching handle on the opposite side. So Nick's coming over with a little more glass. And we're going to add a little decoration to the handles. We'll probably do that again to the second handle. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. When we heat the glass in the big round oven, the glory hole, it kind of heats it up generally. When we need heat in a specific place, we use the torches. Yes, and when you torch some of the glass, when you torch a spot on the glass, and then you go back to the glory hole, it doesn't dissipate the heat. Both temperatures rise in parallel. So the spot you torched is still hotter. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. Once we're finished shaping the glass, we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we just made this and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. I did, but I'd be happy to do it again. The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Different metals make different colors. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. A little bit of gold makes the glass a beautiful ruby red. We don't cook up our own colored glass. We buy it from two companies in Germany. We buy it the way an artist would buy paint. Instead of red paint, you're going to go in the art store, buy a tube of red paint. We go to the glass store and buy a bar of red glass. We're going to take it over to our annealing oven, the big black oven. We keep that at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, that oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. Some colors, if we heat them up too much, we can lose them. Some of the reds will turn brown if we cook it too much. Okay. Well, we'll try to get you set up here. So, just give you a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. In the bottom half of that furnace, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,100 degrees is about as hot as the hottest volcano. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something bigger, you dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we'll dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in our furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately. Can we put up the color bar photo? Oh, wait. No, I guess we can't right now. We buy our colored glass in the form of these solid glass bars called color bar. And we want to make a colored object. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass. And then we coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be, red or blue or green. And that's what these guys are doing right now. It's a bar, it's a solid bar. I will. I have a little video. I can't show it to you right this moment. Our AV guy has stepped away, but once he gets back, I'll show you the video. Over on the far left, Nick has our clear bubble. We put a blob of color on the top, and now Nick is rolling it back till it entirely coats the original bubble. It's Nick in the orange shirt, Nick Davis. The folks that are working the glass today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They are our resident team. They're our museum employees, and they're highly skilled glass blowers with a minimum of 20 years experience. As soon as Nick gets that bubble all shaped up, we'll let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and then we'll dip it into our big furnace and coat it with clear glass. Guys have any questions? That's, I mean, it's your regular insulating fire brick. We have hard brick on the inside, and then insulating brick on the outer layers. The same bricks that you would use to build a pottery kiln. So now Nick is going over to our furnace. Behind that door is a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. Each time we dip the bubble into the molten glass, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. Nick's going to shape that gather using a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Once he's got that all shaped up, we'll let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit and coat it again with more clear glass. We're making a limited edition decanter. We're trying out different designs. Each year, we design a decanter and 2 matching glasses, and we make a limited edition of them, and then we sell them at our annual fundraising dinner. So right today, we're trying out different designs. Over on the workbench on the far right, we have our hands-on workshop where our visitors can try glass blowing. We do it by appointment. We're all full up today, but you can make appointments for the future at our visitors desk in the main lobby, or you can do it online as well. No, those are hotter, actually. Those are called glory holes. They're just for, there's no glass in those. Those are just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So we've handed the bubble over to Sarah, and Sarah's shaping it with the block. Could we put up the color bar photo? So you were asking earlier about how we get our colored glass. This is called color bar. They're just solid, densely colored bars of glass. And can we play the color overlay video? We'll show you how we apply it.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable. while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
You notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He blows through that steel tube and inflates the glass while Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes it. The gray pad in Sarah's hand that she's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. The round oven that she's heating it up in is called the glory hole. There's no glass in there, it's just a hot chamber. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep that 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's a little bit hotter than the furnace. Sarah's shaping the bubble with the newspaper. Newspaper, everyday ordinary newspaper. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So it's just regular newspaper folded up a bunch of times and then soaked in water. The bottom one is a brand new one. The one laying on top is one that's been used for a little while. Sarah's squeezing the glass near the pipe, and she's making a little notch in the glass. That's what place we're going to be able to break that off of the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Gabe is going to hold a paddle against the bottom of the decanter. So we have a nice flat bottom so it sits nicely on the table. We can recycle our clear waste. We can't recycle our colored waste because all the furnace where we melt it is all clear, so we can't throw little bits of red and blue and green in there. But we do recycle our clear waste. The blowtorch allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we use the big round oven, the glory hole, it heats it up more generally. When we need the heat in a specific place, we use the torches. Now we're going to transfer the decanter from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the decanter from the bottom while we shape the top. Once they feel that bond is firm, Sarah will take her tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where you want the glass to break, give her pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the decanter is held from the bottom. The top of the decanter is exposed. That top can now be heated and shaped. If you're having trouble seeing, you might want to shift down a ways. The best seats really are, you want to be at a little angle. You don't want to be right in back of the glass blower. They're making flowers. It's a little hands-on workshop for our visitors to try glass blowing. So those are people who've never touched glass before. And there's some young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools who are walking them through making a simple object. Do you guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 or younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make it out of glass. We'll make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And it's just go there, do your drawing, drop it in the box. And if you win, we'll call you up and we'll tell you where we're going to make it. You bring the whole family down and we'll make it right in front of you. Kids lesson? There is no kids lesson. Oh, we collect the drawings all month, and then we pick one, and then we make it at the end of the next month. So Sarah is stretching out the glass at the top of the decanter. When she gets it stretched to her satisfaction, we'll cut off the funky part at the top. You guys have any questions?
I have one.
Okay.
How would you take it off? How would you take it off?
When we're ready to take it off, we'll drop some water on the joint between the metal rod and the glass. The water will crack that joint, and then a little tap on the pipe, and off it comes.
Are we the only ones here?
I think so.
I like this.
Good.
I don't think anybody else does that one.
Did you hear me describe our contest for kids?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did. He's an artist,
Okay, good.
so he's really excited about this stuff. He wants to enter that contest.
Yep, there's no money involved. It's free. Just go there, do the drawing, fill out the entry form so we have your contact information, and we'll call you up if you get selected.
Can you select me? It goes in front of a whole bunch of
Oh, well, it's a contest, so lots of kids make lots of drawings. I wish you luck, but, can't promise you anything.
pretty cool. Oh yeah, there's some more people.
We're here for a school project,
Oh, huh? What's your school project?
essay on Fine Arts Museum.
Oh, okay. Well, any questions you have, let me know.
All right. Thank you.
See it? How you're asking how do they get it on? They put the water and then they gave the pool a temp tap. Yeah.
Once we finish an object, we place it in that oven there, and it'll get cooled very slowly overnight.
Cool, huh, Trey?
Is it like cool it down?
Yeah, it's like a oven for cooling instead of an oven for heating up.
We just turn the temperature down very slowly overnight. Nope, it's a hot oven, but we keep it at a constant temperature all day long, and it's got a little computerized control that slowly turns the temperature down slowly overnight so the glass doesn't break.
So they put all their projects in for the whole day, and then at night it slowly turns heat down so the glass doesn't shatter from getting too cold too fast. And then in the morning they can come in and they can check their projects and see which ones survived the night.
I think they want questions.
You think so, huh? Is that your way of dismissing somebody?
No, they just came and well,
Tell him thank you for answering your question.
thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Sarah is going to shape the neck of the decanter. Sarah is the woman sitting at the center workbench. Gabe, standing up, is holding a wooden paddle across the top of the decanter to make sure that it's nice and straight. So we're trying out all sorts of different designs. When we settle on a design, we're going to make a limited edition of these decanters, and we'll sell them at our annual fundraising dinner in September. We're going to add some handles to this decanter. Nick, over on the far left, is preparing the glass. He's going to bring it to Sarah, sitting in the center workbench. She'll attach it, stretch it out a little, snip it off. Grab it with the tweezers, give it a nice little twist, and attach it at the top. Now Nick's coming over with glass for the second handle. He brings it to Sarah. Once again, she attaches it, stretches it out, gives it a little snip. Then she's going to grab it with her tweezers, fold it over, and stick it on. Over to the left, Nick in the black shirt and black pants is bringing some glass to Sarah, and she's going to add a little frilly decoration to the handle. We're going to repeat that process. Nick's going to bring over some more glass. Here he comes. Sarah will apply it in a little kind of rippled decoration on the handle. So we have the same decoration on both handles. Does anybody have any questions? You guys have any questions?
What is that called?
Well, I'm not sure what you're pointing at.
Where they get the glass?
Oh, that's the glass furnace? Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnace looks like inside. So there's a big ceramic pot in the bottom half, and that holds 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Okay, keep it up there for a minute. They're taking a picture. Oh, could you kill the closed captioning there? Yep. Thank you, Chris.
That was the only question I can think of.
That's
We just
okay.
want to know what that was called.
Need any more information for your report?
Yeah.
What was that?
I said, do you need any more information for their report?
Oh, no. I think we got everything we need with the
Kids? Yeah. Okay.
pamphlet and then just watch it.
Okay, great.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to take the finished decanter off the metal rod. We're going to take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off the metal pipe. And we're going to take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So if you just came in, are we're going to be making our limited edition decanters. Each year, we design a decanter and 2 matching glasses, and we make a limited edition of the decanter and glasses, and then such a jerk. Each year we do a different design. Can we put up some of the previous year's designs? So if you look up on the big screen, each year the team of glassblowers, the guys you see working here, come up with a design. We make 35 of the decanters, 50 of the glasses, and then we'll never make that design again. So today we're prototyping, we're trying different designs to decide on one for our 2026 decanter. Over on the left side of the studio, we're starting the bubble for our next decanter. Nick, the guy with the shaved head, is going to blow a bubble of clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. The glass that he's working with is just clear glass. It's just very hot, and that's why you see the orange color. Gabe, the man in the hat, is heating up a bar of colored glass. And we're going to coat the clear bubble that Nick is making with the colored glass. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Looks like Nick's found some bubbles in the color. Pop them, blow the dust away, and then we'll melt the thing again. So he taps on the glass and sort of pops the bubble. So Nick has blown a bubble of clear glass. We've coated it with a layer of colored glass. And this is the beginning of our next decanter. Hi, how are you guys? Have you guys been here before? You have, but you haven't. Oh, okay. So these folks who are working the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're employees of the museum. They each have a minimum of 25 years of glass blowing experience. And what we're working on today is working on designs for our annual limited edition decanter. Each year we design a decanter and 2 matching glasses, and we sell them at our annual fundraising dinner. Each year it's a different design. We make a limited number of those, and then we'll never make that design again. Could we put up some of the previous designs up on the big screen? So if you look, so they're designed by our team of glass blowers and made by our team of glass blowers. So today we're trying out a bunch of different designs. We'll select one, and then we'll make the limited edition. So that's Nick over on the bench on the left. Nick Davis. He's shaping the glass using a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Once he's got it shaped to his satisfaction, he'll let that cool and stiffen a bit, and then we'll coat it with more clear glass. Right now he's put his pipe in the pipe cooler. If these metal pipes get hot, we lay them in that trough and we spray water on them. That cools them down and makes them easier to hold. Do you guys have any questions? Okay.
Are these glasses here some of the designs?
I'm not sure what they are. I mean, they're, you know, the glasses that the team made, but I'm not sure what they're for.
When is this year's gala or the?
It's usually second, third week in September.
Okay. So they're probably like early stages of designing.
Yeah, now we're just figuring out what the designs are. We haven't actually started to make the edition. So we're trying all sorts of different designs. Now we're heating up the glass in the round oven called the glory hole. There's no glass in that oven. It's runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2300 degrees. Sarah, sitting at the center workbench, is going to shape that bubble using a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper stays wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through into that steel tube and inflating the glass as Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes. Sarah is using a tool called the jacks and making a narrow part at the top of the bubble. That narrow part will be the neck of the decanter. The tool is called the jacks. Nick's seated to the left of the workbench is blowing as Sarah shapes it. Sarah sitting at the workbench. Not really. We have these try it workshops. You get to make a simple object, and these guys walk you through it. Not a full-on class. There's two other studios here in Tacoma that have classes. There's one called Tacoma Glass Blowing, and there's another one called Area 253. And they have ongoing classes. But these are our visitors who never touched glass before.
They've never touched glass before? Oh, wow.
And the young folks that are helping them are from the local high school glass blowing program in Tacoma Public Schools.
Oh, cool.
So we've hired them and they're walking our visitors through making a simple.
Yeah, that looks fun. I love it.
It's pretty fun.
What are they making? I forget.
Flowers.
Oh, flowers. Okay. They're making flowers and what is this?
They're making the candles.
Huh?
The candles.
Oh, candles.
No, decanters.
Oh, decanters. Sorry.
D-E-C-A-N-T-E-R. These are people who never touch glass.
That's really awesome. Yeah, the flower was really cool.
The kids from the high school program, help them.
It's better than I can.
Sarah's shaping the body of the decanter with a pad of wet newspaper. Sarah's the woman sitting at the center workbench. Folks that are blowing the glass today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team of glass blowers. They each have at least 25 years of glass blowing experience. They're employees of the museum. They're extremely talented glass blowers, and they can make just about anything you can imagine. So now, as Sarah shapes the sides, Gabe standing up, is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom of the decanter to make it nice and flat. Does anybody have any questions? So now we're going to transfer the body of the decanter from the pipe it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. Gabe, man standing up with the hat, is bringing the punty. We attach it to the bottom of the decanter. When that bond is firm, Sarah, sitting at the bench, will break the glass away from her metal pipe. She'll drip some water on the glass where she wants it to break. The water will crack the joint, and a little tap will release it. So now the decanter is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? in the center, Sarah's heating up the neck of the decanter a little extra with that torch. We're going to stretch that out a little bit to thin it out and then cut the stretch part off. Do you guys have any questions?
Actually, I do.
Sure.
What do they start with? What's the...
Can we put up the furnace diagram? So that's our glass furnace. That's what it looks like inside. So in the bottom half of that, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The melted glass has the consistency of honey, like imagine a giant crock pot full of honey. When we want to make something, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass, twirl it around. A little bit of the melted glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when we blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. How do we get what?
The different colors.
The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. We buy our colored glass from 2 companies in Germany. We don't cook it up from scratch, we buy it. And then we want to make a colored object. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with red or blue or green.
And then they just finished up and they put it in there. What is that?
That's called the annealer. It's an electric oven, and we keep it at constant temperature all day long. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. At the end of the day, when we're done, it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we didn't cool the glass slowly, if we just put it on the table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So that's called the annealer, and the slow cooling is called annealing. So we have sort of 2 separate projects going on today. Over on the right, we have our hands-on workshop where our visitors who've never touched glass before get to try glass blowing. And we've hired some of the young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools. and they're walking our visitors through making a simple object, in this case, a flower. We do it by appointment. If you're interested, we don't have any openings today, but you can sign up for another day at our front ticket desk. In the center is our professional hot glass team of glass blowers, and we're prototyping designs for our annual limited edition decanter. Each year, we design a decanter and 2 matching glasses. We make a limited edition and we sell it at our annual fundraiser. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see some of the designs from the past. So today, we're working out the designs for the decanter. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Well, there's 2 kinds of ovens. There's the glass furnaces that have the molten glass in them. Those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those are only on during the working day. So when we start the glory holes, it takes about an hour to get them back up to temperature. The furnaces are more fragile. If it actually, was off for an entire day, we'd have to rebuild the interior, and then we'd heat it up slowly over 7 days. The glory hole's a little hotter. We're going to add a handle to this decanter. Over to the left of center, Nick is getting glass out of the furnace to make the handle. She's going to bring it to Sarah at the center bench, and Sarah's going to apply it and shape it. Here comes Nick with the glass for the handle. Sarah attaches it to the body of the decanter, stretches it out, snips it off, grabs it with her tweezers, and attaches it at the top. Does anybody have any questions? We're going to add a second handle.
How hot is that off?
2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. It's a little hotter than the hottest volcano. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. When we finish an object, we place it in that big black oven over on the right side of the studio. That oven is kept at a constant temperature. At the end of the day, when we have everything we made during the day in there, then that oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we make something and we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it will cool too quickly and unevenly and it'll break. So we're almost done with this decanter. We're going to take it off the metal rod and we're going to place it in the big black oven, the annealer, on the far right side of the studio. Sarah, sitting at the workbench, will take her tweezers, dip them in water. She'll drip a little water on the joint between the decanter and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Nick, with the big tongs, will carry it to our annealing oven. There's Sarah dripping water on that joint off those tweezers. Give the pipe a tap. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. Oh, we're going to use the other annealer. Same machine on the other side. And into our oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. From Germany? Well, the colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. And so we bought our colored glass from Germany, and they cooked it up.
You buy colored glass, or you buy like a silica mix, or?
Well, we buy, it's a little complicated. We buy what's called color bar. Can we put up the color bar photo? So we buy it in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video, show you how that's done. Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Does that answer your question? Yeah. He was shaping the glass. Shaping. Shaping. Over on the left, we're applying the color. Now, Nick, sitting at the bench, will roll that color back till it entirely coats the original bubble. Over on the left, Nick Davis, is shaping up our bubble that we just coated with the colored glass. In the center, it looks like Gabe is making some rings that we're going to put on this next design of the decanter. We'll put the ring temporarily in this oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage holds its shape, and when we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. how are you guys?
Good, how are you? Good.
You guys have any questions?
Do you have any questions? No? Not right now. Thank you.
You know about our contest for kids?
Contest for kids? No, tell us.
Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing. Once a month, pick one of the drawings, and you make whatever the kid drew out of glass.
Did you hear that? Well, unfortunately, that takes you out. You're 13. But you.
I'm 9.
So, did you hear what he said? Every month you can fill out a thing of like a card with your information on it, and then if you get drawn, if you get picked, then they'll make anything you draw in class.
That's pretty good, huh?
I'm gonna draw one.
You wanna, and you can do that online?
Nope. You can either, we have a table in the lobby
Okay.
with drawing material, entry forms, and if you don't want to draw now, you can take one of the entry forms with you, one for each kid,
Uh-huh.
and you can mail it in or drop it off.
Very cool. I think we'll see if we want to do that, yeah? We got time today? Yeah?
It doesn't cost anything. If we select your drawing, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you.
You hear that? They'll make it right in front of us.
We'll make
You get
2 of them,
picked.
one for you to keep and one for the museum collection.
You will
So
get put in
one,
the museum?
yeah, it would get put in the museum. How
We have a little
awesome.
exhibition across the hall of some of the winners of the contest. You can go see what other kids have done.
That's pretty exciting. I think we'll check that out.
Well, I saw. Is it like the plates?
Nope, it's whatever. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills up on the big screen? See, I'll show you some pictures. Look up on the big screen. So these were all from kids' drawings. You see that little girl up there holding the drawing? That's her drawing. And those are the pieces of glass we made from her drawing.
How cool is that, you guys? Very cool. Well, I mean, I think that solidifies it then, right? We're gonna have to draw something. Look at the little elephant with wings. Those are chickens.
With an egg.
Very cool. Wow. The fact that they can blow glass like that is really cool. That's a lot of interest.
So, Mom, they literally blow it. They go. That?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's how
see? Oh,
we
look,
make.
look, he's doing it right there. Look, he's doing it right there. Pretty cool, huh? That's how they get into bigger appreciate it. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
You either do the drawing here or take it home and do the drawing at
Drop
home.
it off.
Drop it off or mail it in.
That's perfect. And you got a lot of good ideas too. Yeah? Thank you so much. Ooh, look.
So if you came in a little later, we're working on designs for our annual limited edition decanter and glasses. We're working on designs for the decanter at the moment. The folks blowing the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. We're making all different designs, and then we'll pick one and we'll make a limited edition. Over on the left, Gabe and the hat is getting some clear glass out of the furnace. He's going to bring it to Sarah, and Sarah's going to drip on a big blob of clear glass, and we're going to make it into a solid base for this decanter. So you hold it up in the air, drop it on. Sarah will snip it off with her scissors. And then she'll shape it. So that'll be a solid, clear base on the bottom of the decanter. Does anybody have any questions? What?
What are they making, and are they the local artisans? Are they?
Okay, the folks that are working the glass today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're employees of the museum. They each have at least 25 years experience blowing glass, and we're working on designs for our limited edition decanter. Each year we design a decanter and 2 matching glasses. We make a limited edition, and we sell it only at our annual fundraising dinner. So today we're working on a variety of designs for the decanter. Can we put up some of the previous designs up on the big screen? Oh, if you look up on the big screen. So these are examples of our designs from previous years.
Will they make a lot of them?
We'll make 35 of the decanters and 50 of the glasses, and then we'll never make those designs again. So they're a limited edition.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Oh, you too. Good luck.
He has a question.
The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, the glory hole, it heats it up more generally. When we need the heat focused in a particular place, we use the torches. Does that make sense? The furnaces run on natural gas. The torches run on propane. You guys have any questions?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start. I don't have any specific questions on anything. How long have you been blowing glass?
Me?
Yeah.
50 years.
What was your motivation to start?
Somebody told me it was fun.
Okay.
Were they right?
Yes.
I have a buddy of mine that just started doing it. And she said really just to keep her on the crazy hospital. You know? She loves it. She's just been
It's
wild.
addictive.
That's what she said.
You gotta watch out. It's very addictive.
I think she's also trying to retire, so she's kind of needs something to pull her out, you know?
Uh-huh.
So she's headed that direction.
It's fun to do. It's kind of an expensive hobby, but it's a lot of fun.
Well, I did. Go ahead.
How are the artists here? Are they hired here? Do they get
Oh, these guys in particular are our resident team of glass blowers. These guys work for the museum. They're full-time professional glass blowers.
sweet gig?
What?
Pretty cool job.
Yeah. We bring in guest artists throughout the year from all over the world. We have about 30 guest artists come over a period of a year.
How unique is this facility and program in the United States? How unique is this program?
It's not that unique. There's 4 museums that have similar setups. The Corning Museum in New York State, the Chrysler Museum in Norfolk, Virginia, and the Toledo Art Museum in Toledo, Ohio.
What is the smell that we smell? Is that because the smell coming off the heated glass?
No, I don't know. That's somebody's cooking their lunch, I think. That's,
It smells good.
yeah, it smells like somebody's making lunch. Maybe it's coming from our cafe.
Oh, they are good.
And Sarah's shaping the neck of the decanter. Gabe, standing up, is holding a wooden paddle across the front to make sure it stays nice and straight. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? So Sarah has stretched out the glass from the top of the neck of the decanter. We do that to thin the glass out. And once we've got it stretched to Sarah's satisfaction, we'll bust off the funky part. Sarah is Sarah Gilbert, the woman leading our team today, sitting at the center workbench. So now Sarah's going to make a little notch in the neck. And we're going to bust that funky part away. We'll grab it with the shears and we'll give it a little tap, and off it comes. We have two things going on here today. Over on the right is our hands-on workshop where our visitors get to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment. We've hired some of the young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, and they walk you through making a simple object. Today, they're making flowers. In the center is our professional team of glassblowers, and they're prototyping designs for our annual limited edition decanter. Each year, we design a unique decanter and glasses. We make a limited edition of them, and then we'll never make that design again. So we're trying out all sorts of different designs today. Can we put up some of the previous year's decanters and glasses? So if you look up on the big screen, these are some of the designs from years past. We'll make 35 of the decanters, 50 of the glasses, and then we'll never make these designs again. The designs come from our glass blowing team, our resident team of glass blowers, 3 of them whom you see here today. On the left, Nick Davis, man with shaved head, Sarah Gilbert in the black shirt and shorts, and Gabe Feenan sitting on the metal table. That's when we need to focus the heat in a particular place, we use the torches. When we want to heat it up generally, we use the big round oven. To apply heat to it, sometimes just to soften it, sometimes to keep it from cracking. But
Does she appreciate your feedback if you say you think it doesn't look symmetrical?
what?
Does she want your advice on whether it's symmetrical?
Oh no,
or not?
they don't like my advice. If they don't take my advice ever. Well, we don't make them, we buy them. We buy colored glass in various forms. We buy it in solid bars. We buy it in little chips. We buy it in powders. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat the bubble with red glass or blue glass, whatever color we want the object to be. So earlier this morning, Gabe, who's sitting at the workbench, made some rings of glass. And they've been sitting, staying warm in this silver oven, the garage. And now Sarah is going to attach them to the decanter. Anybody wants to take pictures, knock yourselves out. We encourage you, put them on the internet, make us famous. Oh, yeah, no, that's on purpose.
I thought we saw it happen again when they were trying to bring those paddles and make
He
them
might have
long.
kicked it.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
so.
The glass at the top of the bubble is always a little thick, so we stretch it out. So she flared the end of it, made a little flange there, and then use that to stretch out the glass, and then we cut off the funky part. That's part of the process.
We came in late. We're the ones you don't want to have to deal with. We're asking questions and stuff you probably covered already.
Okay, that's my job. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. So we'll take the decanter off the metal rod, we'll place it in one of these big black ovens called annealers, and we keep those at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. We'll take it over to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Gabe Feenan, and Nick Davis. Very rarely.
Yeah.
The main purpose of this shop is not to make money.
To show the process.
Yeah, to show the process so you can see the things. It gets too confusing if we have all the things.
Yeah. These are volunteer
No,
artists.
they're professionals.
Yeah, but
have
they're volunteering their time, or are they getting
No,
paid to
they're
do
paid.
the work?
You go to work. You get paid.
Going to work? I know, that's what the museum
everybody
part got me
surprised?
off. So they're doing their job
Yes.
in front of the public.
And this one she's got now, how big will what she's starting with go?
Well, they're just making little flowers.
Okay.
Those people are,
Yes.
they're walking people who never touched glass before, making little simple objects so they can get a feel for it.
It's amazing.
Oven that can get this hot at home.
Probably not.
Jet engine. Well, what'd you say, Will?
So you can like make the glass finish out the morning.
Yep. Stop blowing.
So we're coming close to our lunchtime. We don't have enough time to make another decanter. So Sarah's going to make a drinking glass, and that'll take us up to lunchtime. So Nick, seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He blows through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflates the glass as Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Does anybody have any questions? Sarah's shaping the sides of the glass with her jacks. Now she's flattening the bottom. So the part you drink out of is still attached to the metal pipe. We're going to transfer that glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. And then we'll open up the top so you can drink out. So we're attaching the second steel rod, the punty, to the bottom of the glass. We'll drip a little water. We want to break it away from Sarah's pipe. So now the glass is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. So Sarah's making sure that that's centered. Sarah's going to stretch out the glass at the top to thin it out a little bit. We'll bust off the part we stretched out. That oven, it's 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, 1250 Celsius. Mostly made by machines that blow glass into metal molds.
So they get the hot glass and goes into the mold.
Makes the machine can actually make a bubble, and the mold closes around it, and it's blown with compressed air, and the tops are cut off.
Are the rods hollow, or where is the air coming from for them when they're expanding?
Which in the machine or in the there? Oh, they blow into the end of that steel pipe.
Okay, so it is a hollow pipe.
Yes, there's two kinds of pipes. There's the blow pipes. Those are the hollow ones that we blow up the balloon, the glass on, and then right now it's on the punty, which is a solid one, which is just holding it from the bottom while we shape the top. So you have a punty and a blow pipe.
Looks like she made a beaker, not a glass.
Oh, okay.
Put it in the oven.
Yeah, they'll put it in the annealer. They don't tell me anything. Yep. So I think that is lunch. Is that true? Is that lunch, Sarah? Okay, so we'll take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour making more glass. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I will be happy to answer. Yep. Thank you. Thanks for coming in, guys. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have two things going on here. Over on the right side of the studio, we have our hands-on workshop where our visitors get to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment. We have some young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools. They're learning glass blowing, and they're walking our visitors through making some simple objects. Today it's flowers. We're all full up for today, but you can book appointments at the front ticket desk for another day. So, then this side of the studio, center and the left, we'll be working on our limited edition decanters. Each year, we design a limited edition decanter and matching cups, and we make 35 of the decanters and 50 of the cups, and then we'll never make that design again. So today we're working on the designs for the decanters, and the folks who'll be doing it are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. We have a resident team of glass blowers who work for the museum. They're very talented. Each of them has a minimum of 25 years blowing glass. So, just to get you started, I'm going to give a just very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Could we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what our glass furnace looks like inside. So in each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like we're dipping into a jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, then we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately. Can we put up the color bar photo? So we buy it in various forms, but the ones that we're using today is called color bar. That's what you see up on the big screen. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. And we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. So we have a little video, a short video, and we'll show you how that works. Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color the glass in that manner is it allows us to have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill one of the furnaces with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can make a red thing, a green thing, a purple thing, whenever we please. So right now, Nick in the orange shirt over on the left side of the studio is preparing the bubble for our decanter. Does anybody have any questions so far? So Nick Davis, is shaping the bubble. The tool in his hand is called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Nick's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. He's dipping his bubble in, twirling it around. When he comes out, he'll have a fresh coating of clear molten glass. Bringing it to Sarah at the center workbench. Sarah is Sarah Gilbert. She's leading our team today as we try out all these different shapes. She's also using the block Generally, our wooden tools are made out of wood from a fruit tree, pear, apple, cherry. Here in Washington State, we use a lot of cherry. The wood of a fruit tree is usually pretty dense, and it also has very little resin. So it burns very slowly, and it doesn't smoke. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers, Nick in the orange shirt, is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He blows through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflates the glass as Sarah shapes it. Sarah's sitting at the bench. This time, she's shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Do you guys have any questions? So Nick is blowing, Nick to the left, as Sarah shapes the glass as Nick blows it up and makes it bigger. Now Sarah's taking a tool called the jacks and squeezing the glass and making a narrower section for the neck of the decanter. So the top of the decanter is the part attached to the pipe. The part that'll sit on the table is the part that's sticking out. The round oven where Sarah is heating up the glass now is called the glory hole. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole is a big brick barrel with gas burners in the side. There's no glass in that oven. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Does anybody have any questions? Sarah's heating up her paddle. She's pressing against the bottom to make the bottom of the decanter flat. Gabe, in the cap, is bringing over some molten glass. And we're going to drop a big blob onto the bottom of the decanter. And we're going to make a solid base. Sarah snips it off. And now she's going to shape it up. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Hi. I don't understand the question. I said I don't understand the question. Oh, when they take it off the rod? Well, Sarah has made a little notch right ahead of the end of the pipe. And when we're ready to take it off, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water into that notch. The water will crack the glass, add a little tap, and off it comes. Yes, so we grabbed it from the bottom, what's going to be the bottom of the decanter, and now the top is exposed, and now the top can be heated and shaped. First, the top was attached to the pipe. We can't get to it there, so we grabbed it from here, broke this off, and now this part is available for shaping. Why? Poppy?
It's just when they broke it, it popped. Just the noise it made.
Yes.
She's saying the flower over there. Is that the kind of flower that maybe a hummingbird would put their beak into?
Oh, I don't think so. It's very pretty flower, but you're not going to get much nectar out of that. It's the kind of flower you put on your table and admire.
What do they do with all the glass that's on the bottom down there?
On the bottom, on the floor. If it's clear, we can recycle it. If it's colored, we throw it away. Tools. That's a sort of tradition that all the glass blowers carry their tools in old vintage suitcases. So we're going to bust off that little part. Yes. They're making that's our hands-on workshop for our visitors to try glass blowing, and we're walking them through making a very simple object, in this case a flower, just to try glass blowing. But there are people, the people who are sitting at the bench, they've never touched glass before, so it's just to get the feel of it. Sarah's widening the opening using a tool called the jacks. Gabe is holding a wooden paddle across the top. Keep it nice and straight. How are you guys? Well, how about you? Good. You guys have any questions? Okay. Oh, cool. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for coming in, guys.
Where can we come and volunteer to try and do these?
Go to the ticket desk. It's it costs money. But, yeah, just letting you know.
Thank you so much.
So Sarah's adding a handle. probably put a second handle on. Usually, one is a mistake, two is a motif. Over on the far left, Nick is preparing glass for the second handle. Nick in the orange shirt on the far left.
When you first purchase glass, what shape does it come in? Does it come in like rod or bar?
There's two ways you can get it. There's what's called culling, which is little slugs of glass. You get them in a 50-pound bag.
Okay.
But what we get is called bat.
Okay.
And that is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the raw ingredients proportion. It's not glass. You throw it in the furnace. You have to cook it overnight.
Okay.
And the chemicals melt together and make it. We buy colored glass. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we just coat the bubble with red glass. We're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take that glass off the metal pipe. We're going to place it in an electric oven called the annealer, that big black oven over on the left. And we'll slowly turn temperature down overnight so it doesn't break. The slow cooling process is called annealing, and the electric oven where we do it is called the annealer, ER. We'll put a few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the decanter. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. We'll take it over to the annealer where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Gabe Feenan, and Nick Davis. So we're making these decanters You have a little. Each year, we design a unique decanter and matching goblets. You can see some examples up on the big screen. So we pick one design for the year, we make a limited number of them, and then we'll never make that design again. What kind of what?
Object. What is it? What is it? Is it a vase? Is it a?
It's a decanter. You put alcoholic liquids in it, and you pour it into your glasses. It's like wine or whiskey or. You could put flowers in it, but that's not why we're making them.
What's that?
You could put flowers in them, but we're making them for the decanter and the glasses to pour stuff in. Adult beverage.
Lasts longer that way.
We're going to start the next decanter over on the workbench on the left. One of the glass blowers is going to blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. One of the other glass blowers is going to pick up a rod of colored glass. We call it color bar. And then we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass.
This is gonna be a blue color.
So over on the workbench on the left, Gabe has the colored glass, which in this case is blue. The only reason I know it's blue is because Sarah told me. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. When the glass cools off, that orange glow disappears and you see the true color. So Nick, just to the left of center, is preparing a bubble of clear glass. He's going to shape it on that table. And then he's going to blow one quick puff of air into that steel tube, and a little bubble will pop out the other end. Hi, do you guys have any questions? Okay. So the young folks are from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, and they're walking our visitors through trying glass blowing. So the people sitting at the bench are usually people who've never touched glass before, and they're getting a chance to try it in this venue. Yes, you have to do it by appointment, and it costs money, but anyone can do it, yeah. If you're interested, if you're interested in signing up for an appointment, you can do that at the ticket desk. I believe you can also do it at our website online. Yes. Yeah, it's fun. It's interesting. It's unlike anything else you've ever done. Flowers. Usually it's something seasonal. The spring, I guess we're making flowers. Christmas, they make ornaments. Nope, we do it 2 weekends a month. What? Yeah. It always fills up. There's a lot of people interested in trying. Lids or stoppers, we make them the next day so we can see if they fit.
Oh, that would make sense.
You guys have any questions?
How come sometimes she'll take the propane torch and blast it and then put it in the glory hole? What's the purpose of the torch?
The torch allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, the glory hole, it heats it up more generally. When we need heat here or here or here, we use the torches. When we torch something and then go into the glory hole, it doesn't dissipate the heat. Both temperatures rise in parallel. So the part that you torch will still be hotter than the rest of it.
Okay. Okay, cool.
And how hot is that?
That's the annealer. It's an electric oven for cooling the glass down slowly so it doesn't break. So, what?
How hot is it and how
It's 890 degrees. It's a little different temperature depending on the kind of glass that you use, but ours is 890 Fahrenheit. And so we keep it at 890 all day long. That's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So when it goes in there, stays warm, holds its shape. At the end of the day, when that's full, we have a little computerized thermostat, and we can get it to slowly turn the temperature down automatically overnight. Yes. When we make really big, thick things, we have to cool them over long periods. But for things like, vases, bottles, glasses, it's overnight. Before we dip it into the furnace the second time or the third time, you want to stiffen that bubble so that it doesn't collapse when we immerse it in the big tank of molten glass. So if you want to hurry it up, you blow air on it, it gets stiffer, and then we can gather.
Okay, thank you.
So now Sarah is shaping the glass with a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. It kind of looks like a scoop, but we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be wet. So now Nick, seated to the left of the workbench, is blowing, as Sarah, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. When we point the glass down at an angle, the glass bubble is soft and will stretch under its own weight, making the bubble longer.
Yeah. The wood scoops. What kind of wood is that?
It's usually some kind of fruit wood,
Okay.
apple, pear, cherry.
Why?
Here in Washington, we make a lot of them out of cherry.
Okay.
The fruit woods are dense and they have very little resin, so they
Okay.
burn slowly and they don't smoke.
Okay.
If we made it out of pine, it would burn right through
Sure.
and smoke because of all the resin.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's several companies that make them. I suppose some people make their own. We don't. We buy them.
Sure. Yeah.
So Sarah's shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. You can see Gabe adding water to the newspaper to make sure it stays wet. So the point of today's is to make all different shapes for these decanters, and then eventually we'll pick one, and that will reproduce that. That'll be the limited edition decanter for our annual fundraising dinner. That's called the annealer, Annealer, and it's an electric oven, and we use it to cool the glass down slowly. So we keep it at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that automatically slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. 16, I think, would be, it's from, we start the cooling process at 5, and so sometime the next morning, the oven is cool. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes we need to do what's called cold working. We need to grind off certain parts and polish certain parts. Depends on what you're making. We're making decanters. We're trying out different designs for our annual limited edition decanter. This is it. So we're making different shapes, and we're going to line them up, pick one, and then we'll make 35 of them, and then we'll never make that design again. So it'll be a limited edition. Can we put up some of the past designs? So if we look up on the big screen. So these are some of our designs from the past. Each year we try to make something very different. And they're only sold at our Red Hot Gala, our annual fundraising dinner and auction. And once we make a design each year, then we'll retire that design and make something different the next year. That's usually the second or third week in September. I'm not sure what the day is this year because we're doing some renovations here at the museum and I'm not sure when that's going to be done. That'll probably affect what the date is, yeah. Now we're going to transfer the decanter from the rod it's originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. Gabe with the cap is holding the punty. And we're going to break the glass away from Sarah's pipe and leave it stuck to Gabe's punty, P-U-N-T-Y. So these folks that you see working the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're our resident team of professional glass blowers. They work for the museum. Each of them has at least 25 years experience blowing glass. Today, Sarah Gilbert is leading our team. She's the woman at the center workbench. Sarah is not only a very talented glass blower, but also a very talented engraver as well. Can we put up some of Sarah's artwork up on the big screen? Sarah specializes in what's called cameo glass, where you layer several different colors of glass and then carve back through the layers to make your design. So those hands are all carved. She has a layer of black, a layer of white, and then the deeper she carves into the white, the more the black shows through, and that's how she gets that shading. Do we have the picture of Sarah at the glass lathe? So here you can see Sarah working on her carving. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see the machine. That's called the glass lathe. And it's got an abrasive wheel mounted on a motorized spindle. And you press the glass against the wheel, and it carves through the glass. I think we're going to add some handles. Gabe, over on the bench on the left, has prepared some glass for the handle. Oh, no, he's going to make some rings. This is how we make a little round ring out of glass. Kind of loop it over, touch it to itself, squeeze it with the shears, and we make a ring. So we're going to use some rings in one of the designs that we do today. We'll keep that ring in this silver oven over here called the garage. That'll keep it warm until we're ready to use it. got a second little decorative handle. Oh no, really sorry about that. We're adding what's called a prunt, P-R-U-N-T. It's a little knob. We press it with a mold that sort of has a kind of half a berry shape in it. It's kind of like a raspberry, sort of.
Thanks for narrating what's happening. It's helpful.
Does this happen?
We haven't yet. We were just talking about that. About doing a class or something.
Do you guys do this every single day?
No, which one?
Like all of it?
Like the
No, not all of it.
demonstration.
We do the glass blowing every day, but we only have the triad sessions two
Oh no, I
weekends
mean
a
like
month.
just like the professionals doing it.
Oh yeah, they every
Okay,
day.
every day.
We have our team, and then we have guest artists come in from all over the world,
Oh, cool.
and Sweden, Italy. Um, we have a lot of guest artists who are not glass makers.
Wow.
We've had Native American basket makers,
Is
poets, musicians.
That's awesome.
is the heat something you just get used to?
Yes.
Cause cause I feel like that. Cause I can't imagine holding the thing like holding the pad in your hand.
Yes.
And if you accidentally dropped it and fry your hand by touching, like instinctively touching.
I don't think that's ever happened.
Really?
It's good
No.
to know. We were really
That is
worried.
good because like it's, I feel like it's just instinct now to grab it and to try like forming it with the mat.
I
But then
don't
if you
think
drop it,
all my 50 years of working in glass, I've never seen that happen.
okay, that's good. That's good. I don't want fry hand.
You don't have to worry about that one. Yeah, I mean, when I first started blowing glass, stood in front of that furnace. I thought, my God, they've opened the doors to hell.
But now you're used to it.
Yeah, you get used to it. I talked to a guy who's a pain specialist. He said, when you expose yourself to heat over and over again like that, you actually kill some of the heat receptors in your skin. And,
Do you ever get like the blower's cheek?
no.
No? I thought that was normal for
That's
glass
the
blowers.
movie thing. That happens in factories when you have to blow hard into molds, 8 hours a day over years. You can see all these guys have normal cheeks.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed is people who are light skinned, pale skinned,
Yeah.
are more sensitive to the heat.
Yeah.
Like people who have darker skins, olive skin,
Yeah.
they're usually more resistant. People who like Irish ladies, red hair,
Oh yeah.
white skin, freckles, more sensitive. So everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Drop a little water on the joint between the decanter and the metal rod. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Gabe Feenan, and Nick Davis. So over on the workbench on the left, we're going to start the next decanter. Nick, the man with the shaved. What? So this, Sarah just informed me that we're going to make this in two pieces, this next design. We're going to make one piece for the neck and one piece for the body of the decanter. We're going to join the two together, and when we join two hollow bubbles together, it's called incalmo. Can we put up the incalmo slide? So we're going to make two separate pieces. We're going to open them up to the same diameter and fuse them together. This is called incalmo, and in the Venetian dialect, incalmo means to graft, like grafting in plants. say cold, I mean
Yeah.
below 900 degrees.
Right, yes, yes.
Chilly. Almost frozen.
Yep. You guys, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
So Nick, seated to the left of the workbench, is blowing, as Sarah, sitting at the workbench, is shaping. So this bubble will become the neck of the decanter. We'll blow a separate bubble for the body of the decanter, and then we'll join them together. So this bubble that Sarah's making in the center of the workshop, this is going to become the neck of our decanter. We're making two different bubbles, and we're going to join them together, one for the neck and one for the body. Once Sarah finishes this bubble for the neck, we'll put it in this silver oven with the curved side. That's called the garage. that operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Glass is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sa- sa-
So now they melt it in there and they make the glass, I mean, whatever they're design they're making or what?
no. Can we put up the furnace diagram? Oh wait, we can't because AV guy stepped out. We get the glass in a form called batch. Batch is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients all proportioned out. We throw it into the furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, we have a tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. We keep the melted glass hot. We keep it at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So you have 1,000 pounds of this melted glass that has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, and so when we blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon.
I thought you guys melt the glass and then start making it.
No, we don't make it individually. We make a big giant pot with 1,000 pounds of it, and then we dip into that.
I thought maybe you were breaking glass somewhere and melting it. Nice.
So now, Nick, the man with shaved head, is going into our furnace. He's going to start a bubble of glass for the body of the decanter. It'll have two parts. We already made the neck, sitting in this oven over here, staying warm. And now we're going to make the body. Nick is shaping the glass with the tool called the block. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions?
How are they making them smooth?
How are they making them? What's the last word? Smooth? Well, when glass goes into the fire, it kind of melts a little bit, and that makes it smooth.
He's blowing the glass. So I have one more question.
You know, when ice cream melts, it gets soft and it gets smooth. It's kind of like that.
Just got ice cream.
not?
But how do they like make glass like those?
Like, how does the glass stick to it?
How do they make glass? Well, when you see that machine where the door is closed? Can you see that straight ahead?
Is it
The one
like
that laser with the doors closed right there in the middle? Kind of looks like an oven.
That's the glass furnace. In
but why
Yes, I'm listening. But why?
why does like over there like an oven?
It is an oven. See, when we get the glass hot, it only stays soft for a little while. So when it starts to cool off and get stiffer, we put it in that one. That's called the glory hole. And then we get it hot, it makes it soft again, and then we can do more shaping. You see, you can only shape glass when it's really, really hot. Like the glass in your house, the glasses in your kitchen, they're not soft, they're hard, right?
But why is the fire over there turning green?
That's called a torch. And sometimes we want to just get one small part of the glass hot, not the whole thing. So we use that torch and we can put the fire on just the part that we want to make soft instead of putting it in this like big oven where everything gets soft.
Why is it green?
Why is it what?
Green. The flame
Green?
is green. I think it's like blue and yellow, though.
Yeah, I would say blue and orange for my. The different things when they burn, they look different colors. When gas burns, it looks blue, and and then the tip of the flame looks orange.
Okay, that's off my questions. Do you have a question now?
I think you asked them all.
Do you have a question now?
You, you guys know about our contest for kids?
No, huh?
Any kid 12 or younger, not older, younger,
Okay.
can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass.
We did see that, the station out there to draw. And he drew some cubes.
Okay, cool.
Do you think they can make a cube out of glass?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you guys are working on right there, the picture?
No,
Oh, okay.
no. We're making these. We're making these decanters for our annual limited edition decanter. We're trying out different designs, so it's all over the map. There's no drawing.
The monkey shines?
No, no monkey shines. That's a different studio. That's not us.
So on average, how many artists does it take to create like a decanter?
We generally work with a team of 3.
Yeah.
That's our basic team.
And is that so just somebody can step in and keep the process moving and everything?
No, it just works better that way.
I actually have one more.
Okay.
Why does like how does the glass cool?
As the glass cool down, well, when we're finished making the glass or something, we put it in this oven over here, and we slowly turn the temperature of the oven down so that the glass cools very slowly. If the glass cools too fast, it'll break. We don't want it to break, so we put it and we turn the temperature down very slowly so it doesn't break.
Cool. That's good to know. That's interesting. The glass, if it cools down too fast, will break.
We don't want to break the glass.
But if it goes down like if it goes down like slowly, it doesn't.
That's right. Goes down slowly, it don't break.
But does that oven beep when it's ready?
Does it
Does it beep when rain? No, it doesn't. We have to look at the temperature thing. see the temperature is low, it's like room temperature, then we can open the door.
Like on the side.
Yes.
Right there.
Yep. Maybe I should tell the guys at our shop we should make it deep when it's ready. That would be good.
But the fire is back to normal.
Oh,
It's
okay.
normal now.
Look at, remember with that ball? Now look at it. Now it's more of a bubble. Because they've been working together.
But I do not even see it.
Oh, do you remember when he was over here with it? It was like a red hot lava ball on the end of the stick. Now it's like a glass bubble on the end of the stick.
Do you ever blow bubbles?
You
Yeah.
blow bubbles like with the bubble stick. You dip and you blow like in summertime.
No, but I just still remember it.
Oh,
But I want to like do it again though.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you blow bubbles, you use soapy water, and when we blow bubbles, we use glass.
But do you have to like do it carefully?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
You have to be pretty careful because it's kind of hot.
I mean like so it doesn't like break.
Yep. The thing about using glass instead of soap is we can keep our bubbles. It's really hard to keep a soap bubble.
Have they practiced?
Oh yeah, they practice a lot. Sarah, who's leading our team today, she's been blowing glass for 25 years.
Wow.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
You know,
Can you see him though when she brings it back out?
most of the action is going to be in that center workbench. You guys might want to shift down
Over there in the
and get a
center so
better
you can
view.
watch it?
But why in the heck is the candle? Or is that just
Well, so when he's talking to the crowd and letting them know what's going on, he can see what's
We
going
want
on.
you to see it.
Going on. Let's go move over there and go check it out.
Yeah.
Take it over.
So if you guys come to the end of this row, yeah, further down. You don't want to be right in back of them. You want to be off to the side a little bit.
Really, over here, then you can see.
oh wait. I mean I can see like right there.
Well, they have a feed.
So that's the best view in the house because you're.
See how bright it is inside there? Super hot.
But what does the lava do?
What does the what?
The lava do.
What's the lava? It's glass. It's not lava, but it's pretty close to lava. It's a
Is it-
special kind of. It's our kind of lava.
Like what kind of lava is it?
What kind of what?
Lava.
Lava? Well, it's a lava made out of sand, melted sand.
Yeah.
Lava in volcanoes is melted rock, and the lava that we use for glass, that's made out of melted sand. That's the difference.
That you're shaping. See now that she got it really hot, now she's shaping. So takes it see he's blowing on the end of the stick to put air inside, just like a bubble.
Do you ever blow bubbles into your milk when you're drinking it? Like through a straw?
It's like I can't say my mom's
What is that over there?
What?
What is that over there?
There you go.
They're doing the same thing. They're doing it.
Those are people who've never tried glass before, and so those folks are helping them to try and make something out of glass.
We're learning.
I have a question.
Sure.
I think about this all the time.
progressively hotter. Yeah, and the further you put it up, the hotter it gets. But it doesn't get anywhere near as hot as you would imagine.
Oh, okay.
Sure. I mean, how long are the sticks? Are like what, 6 feet, something like that?
4.5. Now it's a big bubble.
Kind of a bubble. Like a perfect bubble.
Exactly. You can see what she's seeing, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely a set.
Yeah.
Like what?
So now we're going to transfer. Oh no, now we're going to attach the neck of the decanter to the body of the decanter. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Oh no, 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 we're going to transfer it, sorry. We'll put the neck on later. You guys have any questions?
I am mesmerized.
Mesmerized is good.
I had no idea driving by here that's what was going on in here.
What did you think was going on here?
No
Circus?
idea. Like IMAX? Yeah.
Big
Freaking. I
circus
thought it
tent?
was like movies about glass.
Well, actually, question: do
Yeah.
we know what the end artistic product is, or are we
It's a
just creating?
decanter.
Decanter.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Each year we design a different decanter and we make it in a limited edition and we sell it at our annual fundraiser.
Now, so I saw one of the gentlemen, the Hilltop artists.
Yes.
Dale Chihuly's. Is this a foundation, or sorry, is this a
No,
company?
it's
Help me
an organization in the Tacoma Public Schools. It was started by Dale Chihuly, but
Okay.
he doesn't really have anything to do with it anymore.
Okay. But these
All these
young
guys,
adults,
kids
they're
that
in
are
high
helping
school or
our
college?
what?
Or they're how old are these people?
16, 17.
Wow.
They're learning glass blowing in the public school.
That's amazing. And these people who are definitely
These are
older,
professionals.
they're professionals.
These guys have.
So they're the
Sarah-
mentors to these individuals, sort of, or no?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they have a program completely divorced from us.
I see. Got it.
But we do hire some of the kids from their program to do this try it.
I love that.
So they work with our visitors and help them make something simple
Okay.
object to try glass.
So cool. How long have you been in glass blowing?
50 years,
Whoa.
That's so
a while.
That is. What's the largest installation you've created or worked on?
Well, I don't make anything that big.
Okay, so got it.
I'm not trying to make big stuff.
From a safety standpoint, it's amazing there's no like eye gear or
That's a good
like
point.
hair things, like
No,
because people just know
we
what
ask
they're
that
doing.
everybody wear glasses, cotton clothing because polyester will melt,
Oh.
and closed-toed shoes. That's about it.
Okay. So you really have to know what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that dangerous. We've had one trip to the emergency room in the 23 years
Oh,
that this
wow.
museum has
Okay.
been in existence. And that
Oh,
was
so look,
somebody
they're
slipping
putting
and
this
falling.
in.
It
Okay.
wasn't a glass.
Oh, interesting. It looks like there was an explosion earlier. I see glass.
No, those are
particles.
trimmings.
Oh.
A lot of some of the steps we have to trim some of the glass off, and those are the trimmings.
That's so cool. You see that on the floor?
Yeah, and then looking on the
Yeah,
end.
that is so
How
cool.
did you learn?
I take the bus.
Oh, that's good. Oh,
No
look,
traffic.
everything we're saying is being recorded. Wonderful day at the Tacoma Glass Museum.
Very cool. We're impressed.
This is. I actually think I'm just going to stay here until they close. We'll go to the museum. But this is awesome.
We close at 5, so if you want to see
Closes
the
at 5?
exhibit, you
What's the
might
best
want to
part to see?
figure out your schedule.
That's it. We need to get our strategy. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Let's stay here for a few more, and then I do
Yeah.
want to see the museum. Let's ask everybody if they want to vote. Should Tammy and Mary stay
Let's do
or
one
go?
more for our
Now I'm
favorite.
good.
Thank you
All right,
so
thank
much.
you.
Thank you, guys. Take care. So Sarah's opening up the top of the neck. She's got a pair of tweezers and she's sticking them inside and expanding them. And now she's using a tool called the jacks and pressing against the inside of that opening, and that makes it bigger. Sarah's going to bust off that little pointy end. Sarah's squeezing the neck with the jacks, those metal tongs. So we're almost done. The reason I know that is I see Nick has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished decanter to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. The yellow gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that glass, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we'll take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis. Oh, good, good, good. I'm still here. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? The glory holes are the round ovens with the doors open. Those two, actually, no, we got them all three of them lit up today. That's the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It's an oven. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So if we make something in several parts, we can make part number one, put it in the garage, keep it warm, make part number two, and then we can pull part number one out and stick the two together. This is an annealer. This is basically the same machine as that, only a different size and color.
How is it that you can put like there's like flowers out in the showcasing? Like how do you put flowers in there without like burning? Or is it like ceramic stuff?
Oh, you mean in the flat panels?
Yeah.
Those aren't glass. Those are plastic.
Okay.
It's real flowers in plastic resin.
So it's resin. Okay. But it looks like glass. So.
They look like glass, but they're not.
Oh yeah, the little line striations. Is it like when you make a lollipop or art game where you start with a small little shape and you put little lines in it, or?
Yeah, kind of. Yep, yep. We draw out rods of colored glass called cane, C-A-N-E. And can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? We have a little drawing that might help. So if you look up on a big screen, so we lay out the colored rods of glass on a ceramic plate, and we blow a bubble of whatever colored glass, and we roll it over the canes. The canes stick to the surface, and we melt them in, and each rod of colored glass becomes a stripe in the final piece.
For the smaller stripes, how do you make the smaller stripes? Because I feel like
Well, as we blow it up, it stretches it out, and the stripes get smaller.
I'll have to see it one day.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Okay. Yeah, great. See you guys. Thanks for coming in. So we have two things going on here today. Over on the right, we have our hands-on workshop where our visitors try glass blowing for the first time. We have some young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, and they're walking our visitors through making a simple object, and today the object is a flower. So they're making a glass flower. These young folks are studying glassmaking at their high school. The Hilltop Artist Program is at Hilltop Heritage Middle School and Silas High School. It's been going for, I don't know, now 28 years, I think, maybe. And a number of the graduates have gone on to become professional glass blowers and glass blowing teachers and open their own craft businesses. The folks helping our visitors are from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public School, and we have a little short video to tell you about that program. Could we play the Hilltop Artist video?
Hi, I'm Zane Scott. I am a programs manager at Hilltop Artists, and I am born and raised in Tacoma, Washington.
I'm Katie. I'm from Tacoma, and I've been in the Hilltop Artists program for 2 years now.
We're here at the Museum of Glass for our annual Hilltop Artist Residency. We're making centerpieces for our Better Futures Luncheon, which is our big fundraiser for the year. This year is a little special. It's Hilltop's 30th anniversary, so we're making mica bottles to commemorate the original Hilltop crew making bottles, and hopefully the mica sparkles will make them a little bit special.
I really like the design this year. The bottles are super like elegant, and there's a lot of variation in the shapes. It's really fun. It's like a great way to meet a lot of people. We all have a great time when we're working. So the program has helped a lot of kids over the years kind of find an outlet for themselves. It's great to, even if you're not like wanting to be a glassblower in life, it's great because it teaches you all like life skills that you're gonna need.
It's really rewarding. I see myself in all the students, so going back and trying to give them all the pointers that I felt like really helped me grow up and become more mature and responsible and confident.
Being with so many like instructors and so many kids that are like, they're in the same place as you, they're just trying to learn new things. It's a super nice way to grow.
Katie has been a great student, spent the last year on the flame working side of production, and is now switched over to the glass blowing side for this year, and is already exceeding, is one of like a great student, super kind, super helpful.
Yeah, it's super comforting to know that if this is the path I want to take in life, that there's a good transition between that.
Yeah, working with the museum has been, I would say, almost life-changing. It's working with them is seeing the best of the best and seeing how it's done, and seeing it like local too is really cool as for a local kid to see that like you have some of the best in your neighborhood, your backyard to go check out and learn from, and they're all so cool and kind, and I've learned so much as a glassblower and a person, and I also think the team learns from the students and they keep them young, and it's just a fun learning experience for everyone. You can do a lot. Like there's a lot that you can do here, and just believe in yourself and you'll be all right.
So we have two things going on today. Over on the right, we have our hands-on workshop where our guests get to try glass blowing. We have some young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in Tacoma Public Schools, and they're walking our visitors through making a simple object. And today's object is a flower. In the center of the workshop, we're doing some prototyping. Each year we make a limited edition decanter and 2 matching goblets. And we're working on the designs for the decanter. We'll make a bunch of different designs. We'll pick one, and then we'll do a limited run of 35 of them to be sold at our annual fundraising dinner, the Red Hot Gala. So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some of the designs from the past. Each year, it's a completely different design. We make a limited number of them, and then we'll never make that design again. We haven't decided yet on this year's design. That's what we're doing today, is trying out all sorts of different forms, and then we'll pick one, and that will be the 2026 design. The team that's working on it is our resident team of glassblowers, professional glassblowers. Sarah Gilbert leading the team, Gabe Feenan standing up, turning the pipe, and Nick Davis seated to the left of the workbench. These guys are extremely talented glassblowers. They're full-time employees here. They can make just about anything you can imagine. And so we're working on a variety of designs today. What? Yes. I just said it for like the last 10 minutes. So these guys are our hot shop team. They work for the museum. They're very talented glass blowers. And we're working on a design for our limited edition decanter for this year's fundraiser.
I was in the gallery where the children's pictures were, where people turned them. How often do they do that? Every day. That is pretty cool. What do they do with the, if they're making them every day, what do they?
No. We make the kids make the drawings every day.
Right.
We pick one a month. Make one out of glass.
That's cool.
Are they permanent collection, or are they like a
We make
fundraiser?
2 of each design, the winning design. One for the kid and one for us.
Oh, you give it to the kid too? That's
brilliant. Yeah.
Are you ever gonna sell them for like fundraisers or anything? I think it's super cool.
I don't think so. I mean, it's sort of against the spirit, I think.
I guess, well, if it supports kids in the art and artists. Yeah, no, I'm just not telling you what you should do. I think it's a really cool thing. Like, we spend a lot of time in those areas.
When Sarah holds the glass up in the air like that, it makes the shape shorter and wider. Overnight, most of the things we make, bowls, cups, pitchers, all that kind of tableware, it's overnight. When things start to get really thick, then we anneal them over longer periods. One of the largest pieces of glass ever made was a reflecting mirror for the Subaru telescope in Hawaii. It was 27 feet across and 8 inches thick. And that had to anneal for 3 years. Hi, how are you guys?
How are you?
Good. Any questions? Anything you want to know? You good?
That they had to anneal something for 3 years.
Yes.
Does that mean they had a big?
They made a room that was basically an oven, the whole room. And it was made out of a special glass that needed actually less annealing than most glasses. It was a very, very low expansion glass. And yes, they had to anneal it for 3 years.
How do you know when it's done?
Oh, when it's back at room temperature. Just turning the temp. Well, they do it with a computer, but it just slowly turns the temperature down, which is what we do here. Our annealing oven has a little computerized thermostat, and we can program it, and it slowly turns the temperature down. Sarah's scratching a little circle on the base so she can see where the center is. When you're looking at a spherical object like that, it's hard to pin down the center. So we take a rod of glass with a sharp edge, and we turn the pipe, and it makes a little circle in the center, and that's the center. So once we're going to attach a solid base, and once we heat the glass up again, that little scratch will disappear. Well, we just we blow a bubble or something, and we heat up a piece of glass with contrasting color, and we just wind it on, and that makes a spiral. Can we put up the roller wrap? It's not quite exactly what you're thinking, but maybe it'll help you out. We put up the roller wrap drawing. Okay, look up on the big screen. So you just wind it on, and if you open that bubble up, it's a big spiral. Thank you, Chris. So we're getting ready to transfer our decanter from the rods originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod gets attached to the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When Sarah feels that bond is firm enough, we'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe. She'll dip her tweezers in water. She'll drip a little water where she wants the glass to break, a little tap, and off it comes. So now the decanter is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. take a jackhammer and back
Okay.
up the floor. So we we made those panels, and then I reproduced all the.
Love it. Okay. Yeah, I bet that's tough for you.
Figure out a design
Okay.
for the limited edition.
Got it.
So each time Sarah's making a different shape, we're going to lay them all out and look at
So
them
this
and
is
say,
like a study. We're figuring
yeah,
out what we want to do. I love it.
yes.
How cool is that?
I mean,
But
that's
you're
basically
focusing on a decanter, right?
what?
You know ultimately it's a decanter. but
Yeah.
you're not
Did you
gonna-
see the slides of the other decanters?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, each year, part of the process is to make a bunch of different designs, pick one, and then we'll make the limited edition of the one we like the best.
Love it.
And it comes with a glass usually, the decants. Are most of your donors in Tacoma or out of Seattle too?
Okay. Oh, there they go. Do you see? Yeah. So
Okay.
we're going to make a bunch of different things, and then we pick one and decide that's the one for this year, and we'll make 35 of the decanters, and 50, yeah, and 50 of the glasses, the goblets, and then we'll never make those designs again. So we're pretty much done. Nick has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished decanter to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. The gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that glass piece, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. We'll take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Gabe Feenan, and Nick Davis. I think that might be it. So that concludes our demonstrations for today.
Let's give it up for Walt Lieberman.
Thanks.